this any better? Oh, good. Good. Alright. Let's see. Okay. I'm showing up in there. Oh, this'll do. I'm facing a weird direction, but that's fine. Let's see. Looks like the chat is all set, so now let's just get the window capture. Yep. Whenever I'm doing doodle days, because it is the least demanding thing I can do on this computer, I am able to run my full rig, so it's a little nicer. Kind of, hopefully, at least. Okay, got that. Okay, let's try canceling out of that. Opening this again. One of these days I'll make it easier that I can actually just, like, set things up pretty much however I wanna. Oh. Oh, jeez, please. Just let me hit the bee trapped in a box. Oh, it's okay, Ham. It is a cozy box, at least. Alright. And are you gonna let me open my doodle window? There we go. There we go. Now let's embiggen this a little bit. I'm still working on the exact best. No, I want to click on. No, I swear to God, I just want to click on the window capture. Oh, thank you for following, Mia. I'll be starting up in just a moment once I'm able to get all of these dang cats in a row. Okay. Oh my God, I'm literally just asking you to center on stream. This isn't that difficult. Yeah, it's not that difficult, but, oh, come on. Oh, come on, you spicy son of a gun. Why is life suffering? That'll have to do. Good enough for me. Now let's lock those down before they decide to become a nuisance. Alright, now let's put on some music. I've really liked what I've been getting out of the Vocaloid station, and it's not like I can monetize my streams anyway, so might as well. Found your channel from your Read Only Memories VOD. Oh, thank you! I'm glad to hear that you liked it, Sad Bunny, and welcome. Okay, hopefully this shouldn't be too loud. But yeah, now that I finally got everything together, I can actually start. So, basically I promised, or rather, there was a joke the other week in Nia's stream, that's Elf Gal Goes, if you weren't in the loop, where she has a redeem, which is called Dunk on Me, and it's literally just her roasting whoever picks it. So I did it, and it wasn't bad. It was a pretty good dunk, but I felt like it could be a little better. So I'm gonna draw Nia dunking on me. It's a dumb joke, but that's the only kind of jokes I know how to make. Now then, in the meantime, how are y'all doing in chat today? I think I'm probably gonna be going with, like, I really like the legs of this one, but I'm gonna be going with the upper body arms of this one. Yeah, I think that'll work. Alright, now comes the part where I gotta remind myself that this is only the doodle layer. It doesn't have to look nice, because that's what comes later. Later you make the pretty brain, but for now you just gotta make the something. All great, always great in my part. How about you? I've been doing pretty well. I had last night a really enjoyable evening. My partner, who currently I live out of state from, sent me over a, they bought me a surprise delivery dinner. It was curry ramen, which was very good. Also very hot, because I have weak white person stomach, even though I'm only like part white person, as you can see from my model. But it was fun. We spent the night watching... first we finished up everything that's currently available of Keep Your Hands Off Aizoken, and then we started up a new series for us of Fire Force. I don't know, is anyone familiar in chat with either of those? Because I got opinions on them both, but I want to make sure I'm not, like, gonna spoil anything for anyone if that's a thing people care about. Fire Force, good. Pretty, at least. Alright, so I'm gonna start then with Aizoken, because it's the one that I've now watched through twice, and honestly, it's just a really... I know nothing but no worries. Alright, so Aizoken is a... I wouldn't necessarily call it a slice of life series, but it does have some of the trappings of it. It's more about a series about, oh, the intro music is still playing. Thank you for letting me know. Okay, let's mute that so it doesn't continue to clash horribly. Come on. Come on, computer. I know you're capable of scrolling up just a little bit. Okay, there we go. You can stop. Now mute that. Mute it. Mute. There we go. Who's a good computer? Not you. Not you. So, Aizoken, it is a series, put simply, it's an anime about anime. I don't mean that in the meta sense, I mean that literally in the... This is an anime starring a trio of high school girls who are just making an anime out of pure love of the game. It's a pretty realistic setting, all things considered. There are some elements of, like, the actual setting is supposed to be in... Oh, no. I do want that there. The actual setting is supposed to be somewhere in, like, around 2051, I think, Japan. But it's not, like, sci-fi or anything like that. It's literally just, yeah, this is the normal, this is pretty much the normal world as we would recognize it. But the three main characters... Oh, I'm not going to remember their names because I am just shitty with names, but I'll try. We have Ashikawa, I think. It might be a little like Comic Party. I'd put it more at like, if you took the romance elements out of Gekkan Shoujo Nozaki-kun, if you took the romance elements out, kind of made the characters a little more normal, I guess, personality-wise, and then just, like, focused more on the actual process of the manga industry, you'd get something kind of comparable. But the three girls, there's, I think, I want to say Ashikawa, who is this... Oh, yeah, Ashikawa, Kanamori, and Mizusaki. There we go. Mizusaki was the third one. Hello, Bob's Discount Furniture. Ashikawa is this, like, lifelong devotee of anime. She's also got a incredible... She's got, like, an incredible creative mind. She's a real, like, visionary type of artist, but she also deals with, like, absolutely crippling social anxiety. So it's a creative character in a very realistic sense of what a creative character, or like, what someone... Because she's very purposely written as someone who has like a autistic spectrum developmental disorder, which, I mean, hey, same hat. That's really cool. That's really fun and relatable to see when it's so explicit within the actual text of what you're watching. But, so between the social anxiety and the just general, and the general weird brain functioning thing that we both have in common, she was already going to be a super beloved character for me, even if her personality wasn't just as equally enjoyable. But so then there's Kanamori. Kanamori is like... She is like a polar opposite of Ashikawa. She is absolutely a giant, like 6-foot-tall schoolgirl who is constantly grimacing and frowning. Everyone who meets her is intimidated by her. She, like, has a Yakuza's sense of how to make money. So she ends up being, like, the manager of the group. She's the one who helps them produce things. She keeps everything on task. And she does, of course, like, she does really care about her friends throughout all of this. So it's not like this is a totally manipulative relationship that they've got going here. Also, because she's the only one who isn't big on animation, she's like the audience surrogate for, okay, how can we tell people who are watching this what all of these things mean without making it too obvious that we have to tell you what it means, because, I mean, I know going into it, I had no idea how traditional cell-drawn animation worked, or, like, really animation in general worked. And I say that as someone who has animated before. um, Okay, let's see. This is going to be a bit of an interesting pose, because obviously the orientation of these bodies is a little different, so I'm going to have to, like, take this bit, flip it around probably. So, let's see. If I make it like that, I think, then I should be able to make one leg go down like that. And then the other leg. Yeah, and then the other leg will go like here. Oh, hey, Heavy! Yeah, sorry, I changed it up a little bit, so it may take you a little bit to get used to it. Just please make sure if you do any fear wheeze that you do them in the designated litter box that I have set up over in the corner. Alright, so then the last of the group is Kanamori. So Kanamori, she comes from a family of, like, really big name famous actors. So her parents are, of course, pressing her to get into show business, but she just has this incredible passion for life drawing and being able to illustrate the motion of the people in the world around her. That, like, again, all of the characters are all inspirations from a creative standpoint, just from, like, slightly different ways, if that makes sense. Uh, so between the three of them, they start a group which is it is a animation studio, and the whole series is just them going from one animation project where they're getting approval to become a club to another one where they're getting funding from another group to another one, and it just goes through the series like this, and there's not really any really big conflict. It's very low-key, it's very personality, emotional driven, and honestly it was just really enjoyable to watch. Like, from the angle of a creative to another creative, it was lovely to be able to see this kind of passion get made. And honestly, another very good thing, which I wish that this wasn't such a unique selling point for a series in a modern anime, but true, burnt pizza is better than no pizza still. But there is, like, of the cast, none of them are drawn in any way none of them are drawn in any way ever. None of the cast are drawn in any way ever that ever sexualizes or, like, fetishizes their bodies. Like, they're kids who are allowed to just be kids in how they're animated and drawn and what they get to do. Like, I, I wish I could say that that is not such a big deal, but, like, in the anime industry, it's sadly a huge thing when a series is just unapologetically honest and unlike it's unpandering in its depiction of the people in the series, which I really like. The only other show I can think of in recent memory that doesn't fall into any kind of version of the trap of these are clearly characters drawn to just appeal to certain types of people. The only other one I can think of would be something like Mob Psycho 100. But yeah, honestly, if you're at all interested in anime as an art form, or you're just looking for a series to, like, sink 12 episodes into, because it's not a really long series at this point. I know that the manga goes for a little longer, so maybe there'll be a second season. I'm not like holding out hope because the first season on its own is a pretty well contained thing, but I wouldn't mind seeing more of it. It's a really fun series, and if you get the chance, it's on Crunchyroll, so you can just check it out sometime if you want. Alright. So, after that, we watched uh, another series that I believe it also came out starting last year. Is anyone familiar with Fire Force? No, I didn't put Elf in basket. Elf is. That's just the reference, you silly. See? She's fine. Um, Alright, so Fire Force is the other series that after we finished up, I Keep Your Hands Off Aizoken, we started Fire Force, and I wasn't admittedly totally sure what to expect when I went into it. Like, I knew that the creator of it had also done a Soul Eater in the past, and on the one hand, I was a huge fan of like the style and the flair of Soul Eater. I felt like the series had a lot of really really beautiful, eye catching designs. It had characters that, well, a lot of them were kind of flat. I still really enjoyed the characterization and the writing in Soul Eater. I really enjoyed the relationship between Maka and Soul. That was always a really enjoyable part. But I mean, it also, of course, had its pitfalls. Like, it was very much a product of its time in terms of the character designs as well. There were just as many duds and it's kind of just gross characters as there were really good ones. And like the story, while the anime left off on kind of, I I don't know if it's controversial, but I thought that it left off on kind of an all right note as an anime. The manga had just kept going on and got kind of crazy. The last time that I was following the manga, they were going to the moon to fight a guy who was a guillotine, and also I think part of like the actual like pope, the actual like papal organization in that world. It was weird, and like admittedly it's been a really long time since I've seen the anime, so I'm absolutely just going by memory here. And also, technically, to be fair, I never finished the manga, so I can't really judge that harshly from that angle. But just like, there's a mixed bag. That's all I can really say. There was a mixed bag for what I was expecting going into Fire Force. Okay, so for those of you who aren't familiar, to give a brief explanation, Fire Force is a show that is technically about firefighting, but I'd say probably more accurately it is about fighting fire with fire. It was something heavy and it was something wild. But in Fire Force, the whole premise is that this is a world that it kind of resembles the real world in some ways, but right from the get-go, there's a lot of things that are just very subtly different that you realize get more and more different as the show goes on. Basically, in this world, there are victims of some kind of uh, natural phenomena, it seems, where people just spontaneously self combust. But rather than in the real world, where victims of spontaneous self combustion just sort of, you know, burn to death and that's it, in this world they instead become something called infernals, which are people who they've in a human sense died, but they're kind of turned into like this demonic sort of fire monster. Like they're consumed by the fire instead of just destroyed by it, and turned into these, like, to be fair, the monster design already very fun in this show. Simplistic, but very fun to see in action. So they are those are the infernals. They have fire powers. They were normal people at some point, but then the people that are in charge of making sure these infernals don't just, like, kill everyone, are appropriately enough, they are firefighters. So firefighters in this world, there are some normal ones, but a lot of them are also actually pyrokinetic in their own ways too. Which, I mean, I was a little skeptical about that going into the show, because I sort of felt like, okay, well, realistically, how many different ways can they really portray I can control fire, or I can make fire in novel and interesting ways? And, like, so far, it hasn't disappointed. I'm still skeptical, but so far it seems alright. But these firefighters, be they normal people with just a hell of a lot of training, or people with pyrokinesis, either way, yeah, it is a really cool system still. Either way, that's their job. They are here. They are here to protect people from infernals and to make sure infernals get put to rest fairly safely and quickly after they become such. So that's where things kind of start to get a little more complicated, though. Oh, well, before I actually get to the world building, let me loop back for a sec on the cast of characters. Now, if you've seen Soul Eater, you know that a big draw of the series was definitely how there were, like, all of the characters in Soul Eater, even if you didn't like them, Excalibur, they were all extremely memorable. They were all characters that, whether you liked or disliked, you did find yourself, at least in my personal experience and in the experience of the people I've talked to so far about this, you still found yourself drawn into their stories. Like, even years and years into this, I still look back on Krona's story, like their personal arc, and I still get really upset by it. I still look at Medusa's arc, and I absolutely revile her. That kind of, like, characterization that sticks with you. Yeah, I get that, Heavy. I'm just using that as an example. So, for this series, so far the cast looks fairly promising. There are 8 divisions of this firefighting organization that we will eventually, I assume, see in varying levels of detail. The protagonists are focused in the 8th division, or what do they call them? No, I think actually 8th division works. But So we've got the main character. Uh, I believe his name was Shinra. So Shinra has, well, first power wise, I think a pretty fun use of fun interpretation of pyrokinesis. He has fire feet, so all of his fire gets sent out of his feet, and he has like rocket feet. He can basically just fly around like an Iron Man. It's a very fun, very evocative sort of use of firepower. In terms of his overall look, um, well, to get into his backstory, he became a firefighter because it was something he had promised his mother to do, and spoilers for something that literally happens in the first episode. His mother died in a incident involving an infernal that, due to how close he was at the time to the incident and to how there wasn't really other suspects considered, most of the people in his life kind of just assumed that he was responsible to it. And unfortunately, there is a nervous quirk that he has that whenever he is anxious or really upset, he has this really grim looking strange smile that just splits his face apart. It's a really nice, evocative, devilish kind of look. Unfortunately, it's kind of made it incredibly hard for him to have any kind of healthy socialization. And apparently, since that day when he was like, I don't know, like 6 years old maybe, he hasn't been able to genuinely smile since. So that sucks for him. But it is a very interesting kind of characterization. It's not really something I've seen before, so I'm interested to see where they go with it. Let's see, then from there, the main captain of the 8th Division is a normal guy. He's big, he very honorable, very admirable sort of guy, very much like a virtuous kind of hero guy. Not too much to say other than he's very professional about the job and ripped as fuck. Also, he is looking into the apparently massive amount of corruption that is in this organization. So, I mean, I feel very trusting of the 8th Division captain. We got the second in the 8th Division, the lieutenant. He's kind of like, he's like the even more by the books cop version of the police officer, not police, of the firefighters. Very stern, very much, no, we can't have fun here. This is a job. You have to be professional and on all the time. Ripped as fuck is a superpower, yes, just not one involved with like shooting fire out of your hands. So the lieutenant's power, I don't think we've really seen it much yet, but apparently he can somehow control the fire, which I guess in this case is like the combustion that happens when bullets get shot off, so he can like change the trajectory and the angle of bullets or something like that. I like I said, I don't think we've really seen it in action yet, but it does sound like a very interesting kind of power. Let's see, then we get to the women on the team. There is Maki. She is just a super adorable character. She's very strong. She's very strong, but doesn't like to be reminded of it. Also, her powers are so adorable. She can't make fire, but she can control existing fire, and she makes it into like these little familiars that just look like these little fire blob creatures. And it's so adorable because like her familiars, they all just look like little fireballs with like sleepy Kirby faces, and they all make like the same sort of Kirby like noises, like. So it's very cute. um, then we have already had another recruit added to it. He has some kind of history with the main character Shinra. We don't know too much about him, but he's a guy who has delusions of being like this noble, kingly knight sort of person. Um, so he's a nut job. He's very silly, a little bit unhinged maybe. His power apparently is to just make a sword out of very very hot like plasma fire. So that's cool. Fits his aesthetic pretty well. There's another character that we haven't really got any info on, or not much info, I guess. She is. She's in a similar position, but for the first division instead of the 8th. She's. Okay, well, the good, I guess I'll say, is she's got a very fun thing where, like, let me pull this up for a sec. She's got a very fun thing where her powers are based off the Nekomata. So, like, she can produce the... Wait, why? Oh, right, wrong layer again, boy. So she can make like cat ears and cat tails out of fire. She basically has all the powers of like a cat monster, but fire. Which is again a fun way to interpret the prompt of make fires, but superpowers. Unfortunately, she is also the resident. She's also the resident cute, clumsy fangirl, or not fangirl, fan service girl. So she is constantly put in situations where it's like, oh, okay, you ran into him in a way that his hand just slipped up under your shirt to grab your boob. Or, of course, he fell on top of you and his hands landed there. And, of course, like, her costume is obviously designed to make that even worse because it is just, again, like, I'll say that for the most part, the costume design is pretty good because they're firefighters, and it looks like they're actually wearing the kind of clothing that a firefighter should be wearing. But for her, it's like, if you've played Metal Gear Solid, I want to say it was Metal Gear Solid 5? Was 5 the one where you're playing as the weird guy who isn't actually Snake at all? Like he's a different actor because they for some reason decided they wanted a Snake that was unarguably inferior to the original. Yeah, so it's kind of like quiet in that one where they do this really gross. Well, no, actually, it's not even like quiet, come to think of it, because they don't even try to come up with a justification, as far as I've seen yet, to be fair. Maybe there's something later on as to why her, like, just her, Not even like the other girls, just her, that she has such a terrible outfit design. I almost forgot. There is one other 8th Division member that we've been introduced to so far. I feel really bad, but she is also a unpowered person. She is. So this is gonna sound kind of weird, but I'll immediately pivot into talking about like the world building as to why this is a thing. But the last character is the fire department's nun. Now, if you were like me, you might be wondering, wait a second, why the hell does a fire department need a resident nun? So this is kind of like the first clue that, hey, this isn't actually the world that we know. So in this world, for starters, there is some kind of sun god that the entire world is based around. Most of the world, in fact, it looks like is like most of the world outside of the Tokyo Empire is just apparently very utterly devastated in this world. There's very little hospitable place to live. There is the constant threat of fire, of people turning into fire monsters and killing everyone. They have an entire religion which has the religion itself has a huge amount of trappings super reminiscent of Christianity. Like it's got well, first off, orders of nuns and priests. Uh, they do final rites. They do. They have the whole like cross symbol. Symbol iconography. They have the whole religious cross iconography. Also, they very frequently show just straight up like uh, cathedral style stained glass windows of firefighters fighting infernals. It is like very overtly inspired by Christian trappings, but the actual themselves, or I guess it's probably goddess. It's Amaterasu, at least according to the name that they've been using. So, like, that's definitely the Shinto. That's definitely the Shinto deity. Um, I imagine that, like everything else in the show, there's something that is pretty dramatically changed about her here, but I have no idea else. I have no idea what else it could be. But yeah, we watched the first few episodes. We watched enough that we got introduced to the first, what looks to be the first big antagonist character. He is a bandana wearing, cowboy looking motherfucker who, I'm not totally sure what his deal is. He has a motif that's kind of like if you mixed the like if you mixed the explosion powers of like Zolf Kimbley from Full Metal Alchemist with like the aesthetic stylings of Gambit from the X-Men, you'd pretty much land on Joker, the villain here. No idea what's up with him, no idea what he's here for or why or whatever, but I mean, he's a very interesting character, at least, I guess, so he has that going for him. So America the person. Oh, I mean, if I'm gonna be brutal about it, there's certain elements of that. Let's see. Let me do a quick checkup on... Nah, it's nothing. Also, we, in the last episode we watched for the night, we got introduced to a character who is, how does one even describe, Hanamori? Princess Hanamori. So when you're introduced to her, she is riding around in like a command center. And keep in mind, she is also a firefighter. She's riding around in a command center dressed in like fancy formal party attire with a fur-lined coat, and is sitting in a throne made of the men who work for her. And like when she needs to check a monitor, she walks across a living carpet of her male employees. So she's a very specific type, and it's one that I don't personally like. I'm asexual. I'm not personally attracted to it, but it's a type that I immensely respect still. I'm gonna BRB. Got a gift card. Gonna buy some more games. Ooh, what kind of games you thinking of buying? Step on me, senpai, I guess. I mean, I don't know what's bringing this on heavy, but if you want, I can step on you. Seems like kind of a silly request. Let's try this again. Maybe one there. One there. Like that. Like that. Yeah, I can probably go a little further over, I think. Timing. I meant the character. Time dilation is annoying. Squeak small banging on hutch. Oh, careful, you'll hurt yourself if you keep banging like that, Heavy. I don't want you to hurt yourself. Okay, let's zoom out again. I feel like this... Oh, I know what makes an artist, or what makes someone look like a basketball player. They gotta have wristbands. Yeah, there we go. Now let's see. There is a Japanese idol singer that steps on a lineup of fans to get around venues. Wow! Wow! That is absolutely wild Wow. There's a Dark Souls-like 2D game I want to get while it's on sale. Ooh, what's the name of the game, Heavy? And Sad, do you have any idea what the name of that idol is? Because that sounds absolutely wild. But yeah, I guess going back to the original prompt of the anime talk, Pikarin. Haven't heard of her, but I'll have to check it out because that just sounds wild. and Nimura, I think it's called. I haven't heard of that one either, but I'll have to check it out. But in terms of anime, I tentatively am going to recommend Fire Force. She plays role of Demon Idol from Hell. I mean, I guess that's for a given value of Hell. Sounds like that could be something a lot of her fans are into. Oh, Momodora! Yeah, I have heard of Momodora. Oh, I didn't know there was a new game out in that series, but cool. Yeah, I guess that'll do. Alright. Man, only 1 hour in, and I'm already pretty much done with the line art. I feel pretty good about that. The basketball does look a little small, though. Let me pump that up a bit. Yeah, that's better. But yeah, I'd say I can tentatively recommend Fire Force. Great music so far. The characters, they're interesting enough. Like I'm waiting for things to really click with the cast and just get to that point where I feel like, oh, okay, I got to see where these people are going. The world, very interesting setting. I do like what I've seen there. Oh, hey, Skylar. I do like what I've been seeing with this world setting, so like I'm interested in that part. I'm not really sure where the story's going, to be honest, but I mean, apparently there's already 2 whole seasons worth of it, so I mean, it must be going somewhere, I guess, right? How about instead? There we go. What else, though? Honestly, I think probably the weirdest thing for me was just, like, compared to what I've seen of this guy's work before with Soul Eater, it's just such a... Fire Force is comparatively such a somber show. Like, it's surprisingly a lot more emotional, like a lot more emotion and drama and pathos heavy. It's a lot more about... It's a lot about grief that it deals with. You're first to call me by my name, not the kids. Well, I try. Unless you'd rather me call you by your kids' names, I guess. But yeah, it's a lot more somber and a little melancholy of a show than I was expecting, given what I remember Soul Eater to be like. I'm not sure how much of that is just like, oh, I haven't seen this guy's stuff in years, so I don't remember what it was like, really, and how much of that is just an entirely different tonal shift. But I mean, like, compared to the show that was literally that was literally about death and dealing with death, I wasn't expecting Fire Force to be that that much of a tone shift, I guess. Now you're fine. I prefer it. I'm working on a new name. Oh, okay. Well, I'm sure you'll let me know whenever your new name drops. let's bring the lines way down. Okay, let's try to get nice and... No, thanks for this. Thanks for the host, Kari. Okay, like that, I think. Yeah, that'd work. Okay, then gotta go up and around. Wait, what? Is something wrong? Yeah, I've always been a jackalope. Well, I mean, I guess if you want to get like super technical, my constituent parts haven't always been jackalopes, but like I as a singular entity have always been a jackalope. Let's try something. Okay, let's try approaching it from this side, maybe. Have I said lately that fingers are the devil's bones? And not like a fun kind of devil either. Like the kind of devil you wouldn't want to ask to a party. That's the best in the world, someone knows of it? Yeah? I didn't think that being a jackalope was so rare, but I'm glad that you appreciate it, I guess. I guess like this maybe? And go whoop. And then go whoop. No, not that third whoop. Whoop. No, I think this is just too close. Let's try going back to the drawing board a little bit. So it's not really going to be much of something peeking around the ball because hands aren't that big. They may be the devil's bones, but they aren't that big of a bone. But yeah, that was the anime that we watched last night. Again, very strongly recommend Aizoken if you're at all interested in anime as an art form. Also, if you just want a good, chilled anime that came out fairly recently. Fire Force, again, I don't really know how I stand on it yet. I'm enjoying the ride so far, though, so I guess I'll just see where it takes me. Then we were almost gonna also do Promare 2 to get just like a double feature of anime firefighters. We didn't end up doing it time-wise, but... sorry, I was always called weird for knowing of them. They are not commonly known where I'm from. Also, Fire Force seems cool in episode 9. Alright. Well, if it's still cool by episode 9, that's good sign, I think. Speaking of which, I tried looking up that one background firefighter. He has no name. Oh well. Can't blame you for trying. Such is the pain of getting attached to background characters. I guess that means you'll just have to make your own headcanons. Oh yeah, and no sweat, Akari, or Skylar, or Marie Rose, or... I'll just go with Skylar for now, I think. It's probably easiest. Yeah, like... I mean, I'll say this also. If I had known that, Skylar, it probably would have been a lot easier to think up a character concept for it to help you out with for the City of Mist stuff. Like, I always forget. It is it is not universal to what kinds, but it is pretty universal that all, from what I've seen, that all queer people have some level of personal attachment to monsters. I should have thought to just ask, hey, what are your favorite monsters, and like worked from there, but I think we still ended up with something that should work pretty well. Why are you side-eyeing me? What did I do? I'm just a very say-so jackalope. Smile. I don't know if you're still in chat, Nia, but I'll have you know that you cursed me. I have started in some streams using the I don't know what you're talking about, I'm say-so line. The I'm say-so smile line. We'll consider this payback for that too, I guess. If I do know why, Epitome, I don't remember that I know why, I'm afraid. Sorry. Always thought monsters were cute and fun. Yeah? Yeah, exactly. Like, it's not even necessarily a thing of like, oh, I feel like I am too a monster, so I identify with the monsters. It's even just like every queer person that I've known of, that I've met, has had some kind of monster or folklore that they're just like, ah, yes, I like this. I just think they're neat. Like, I don't know if it's the kind of thing that people are interested in. It's definitely the kind of thing that I would tell again, like, if I ever do a proper debut stream. But I am... Like, I started off picking Jackalope for myself kind of just out of convenience, but I realized I accidentally stumbled into picking something that, without intention, ended up having a lot of personal meaning for me. At least in terms of, like, gender feelings, but I don't know if that's anything that anyone in chat is interested in hearing or talking about, so I'll just leave it there for now. While I try to draw Nia's armpits. Let's try that from the top, maybe? Come on. From the top. No, not quite. Let's try this again. A little closer. Mine's moth, big attachment to them, or red-eyed beast. Like, if I had realized that, Skylar, I probably would have seen if you were interested in playing the Rift of the Mothman. Actually, I might have offered that, come to think of it. So I guess I did. But yeah, I'm not sure if I'm familiar with red-eyed beast. Like, that's definitely a term I've heard before, but I can't really think of, like, a specific thing that is known just as, like, the red-eyed beast. Let's try something like that. You did mention Mothman. Red-eyed beast is... Oh, okay. thought it sounded familiar-ish. I have not been a Doctor Who viewer since college days. I think the problem was I was watching when, what the fuck was that guy's name? Do the people in chat who also watch or watched Doctor Who remember what was the name of the guy who was a really just like he was good for making episodes that were one-offs that didn't have to have plot significance, but whenever he tried to do anything long form, he just absolutely shit the bed as a writer? I think he was showrunner for like the 12th Doctor? I forget the numbers. No, the 11th Doctor. The 11th Doctor was the guy with no eyebrows, right? Huge forehead, no eyebrows. Came right after Tennant. Alright, looks like battery power is getting a little low. Time to switch over to PC charging. There we go. Excuse me. Moffat. Yeah, Matt Smith. That was the actor who played the 11th Doctor, right? Big forehead, kind of like Conan O'Brien hair, had no eyebrows. That was Matt Smith, right? Like, nothing against him. I'm sure he's a perfectly lovely person in real life. But he did not, in fact, have any eyebrows, which always was a little weird to look at. Also, I really wasn't a fan of his interpretation of the Doctor, to be honest. I don't know if that's if that's like a spicy take in the Doctor Who fandom these days. He was chill, directors made him suck as a storyline, though. Yeah, like, the way that the Doctor was written under Stephen Moffat, like, it really sucks to say because back when I first got into the series, and back when I went to Bunny High School, I had my introduction through Christopher Eccleston, the Ninth Doctor, and I loved that guy's work. I really wish he had gone on further, but my favorite episode of the Ninth Doctor was the Empty Child arc and the Doctor Dances, which I loved because in that context it gave him a break. He was always this very tragic, suffering figure, but just this once, everyone lived. Let's see. Wait, he wrote for that 70s show? Let's see. Oh, come on, go up. There we go. I feel like the general consensus is that Moffat can only really write cool pilots, and he made Doctor Who about the Doctor instead of the cool... Yeah. Also, like, I felt like kind of a big part of the Doctor's characterization post the huge break between the 8th and 9th Doctor was that, dude had a lot of PTSD. He had a lot of emotional trauma, and he was actively trying to be a pacifist as a result of all that. And then, like, in the 11th Doctor, you have episodes where he's just, like, casually murdering entire spaceships of aliens just to make a flashy entrance. Like, this is a little incongruous, you guys. You got to leave room in the sandbox for other writers to come in and do something else, Moffat. Oh, no, as in the show in the 70s. I think I only seen Matt Smith episodes from newer seasons, and series seemed confused as at itself. Agreed, yeah. It was super inconsistent under Moffat. I'm just glad he's out. I watched a lot of old Doctor Who reruns on PBS. Yeah, sadly I didn't manage to get into the show before PBS lost the rights to like screen Doctor Who episodes, which also really sucked because where I lived, the last episode that I was able to see on PBS was it was the first half of the Silence in the Library arc. And let me tell you, that's not a fun episode to leave as a permanent cliffhanger on. That's not a fun episode to not have closure on. Yeah, new one doesn't touch on all the cool stuff he does. They dropped a lot of the Doctor's abilities from the original show and comics. Yeah, I can sort of understand that much just because, like, I'm sure, I haven't seen all of the old Doctor Who stuff, so I can't really speak from experience, but I feel like a lot of the stuff there is kind of like dependent on the writer, so I understand some of why they got rid of some of that old stuff, but like when you go into forgetting major parts of his character story arcs, like oh, like there was I think it was during the 12th Doctor, maybe might have been earlier, but I remember there was a plot hook where the Doctor was super excited about the prospect that that there could be a way to get the Gallifreyans out of the interdimensional time hell they had trapped themselves in at the end of the war. He was really excited in that and seemed to kind of entirely forget that the whole finale of the 10th Doctor was about how, hey, actually, remember that your people were war criminals who committed crimes against the equivalent of humanity. It was, you literally died to make sure they did not ever escape the dimensional time wedgie they'd trapped themselves in. You shouldn't be excited that they could be coming out of that, Doctor. I don't know what to tell you, but you seem to have developed some fairly major amnesia. uh. But anyway, yeah. Fortunately, or maybe not fortunately, I've heard that some of the later Doctors are good. The problem is, though, that now that I've heard of at least one version of the Doctor being someone who wasn't a white male guy, I'm just like, wait, we can have that? Why would I want anything else now? Like, I don't get me wrong, Christopher Eccleston was my favorite, but I would have dropped him in a heartbeat if I could have gotten, like, Billy Piper playing the Doctor instead. If I could have gotten, like, anyone who wasn't a cis white dude playing the role. And, like, I feel if I try to get back into the series now, I loved Peter Capaldi, the old man. That's fair. I mean, he does, admittedly, I've never, like, seen his stuff, but from what I've gathered, he had a very good, grumpy old man quality to him that, for a lot of people, was fun to watch. Again, I don't have personal experience, so I can't really judge on those merits. But, like, knowing now that we can have Doctors who aren't who aren't just a new flavor of white guy, it makes it hard to watch again, because it's like I haven't really kept up with it since, because I don't want to be disappointed when that doctor, I mean, who knows, for all I know, she probably already has finished her run on the show, but like when that one goes and they have to get another one, I don't want to be disappointed again by what they're going to choose as, or who they're going to choose as the next actor to play the role. But for better or for worse, I instead got, haven't seen the girl yet, it's not playing. I haven't seen it yet just because, as I said, I don't want to disappoint myself by seeing whoever it is that comes after her. But I think that, for better or for worse, sort of like in college, when I went to Cryptid University, as I always say, I'm a I didn't go there for spelling, I can't always spell. I'm a CU alumni, very proud of it. Go Fighting Cryptids. We didn't have the most creative sports team names, but whatever. But over the course of my enrollment at Cryptid University, I did actually get really into Kamen Rider instead. And I mean, to be fair, Kamen Rider has a ton of problems of its own, but for some reason it's just really clicked with me a whole lot more than Doctor Who was. It kind of scratches some of the same old itches, but it's also just because like every year is an entirely new series, story, director, actors, characters, everything. It just really has been very enjoyable for me, in a sense that, okay, if I don't like this one, that's fine. I can go back and there's literally like over 40 different Kamen Riders to choose from that I could try instead. I think they're actually up closer to like somewhere around 50 or even 60. But like, yeah, there's a lot of room that I can play around with for these goofy fantasy sci-fi shows. And yes, technically, or not technically, yes, Doctor Who did get to like a full-fledged, unabashed female protagonist before Kamen Rider series did. But honestly, I still just sort of prefer the writing in them a lot more, I think. It's been a lot of fun anyway, I think it is. I also don't know if this is a touchstone that literally anyone in my chat has, because I could just be up here blabbing on about a Japanese kids show that no one actually even cares about, so that's me's point of view for today. Never heard of it, I'll look into it. I watch Kamen Rider seasons sometimes. It is a show that personally is very near and dear to my heart. I have enjoyed a ton of the series going into it. Hey, thank you very much for the follow. Is that pronounced Zialia? Xialia? Exialia? Regardless, thank you very much for the follow. Make yourself at home. Oh, you know what? This could actually be a fun thing to talk about, though. what if I just like go through the common riders that I have watched, see what kind of ones people would be interested in, stuff like that. Oh wow, that is even less of a thumb than I had before. Let's try this again. So I vote yes, personally. That's good enough for me. So Kamen Rider is a show that can very, very broadly be divided up into three kind of periods. That, I guess technically 4 periods, that are roughly arranged along with the current period of whatever emperor is in charge. So, oh, no, escape that one. Let's try this again. I want to cut that. I want to paste that. That's... oh, no. Let's try... can I drag it over a little bit? Yeah, I'll probably do. Okay, so there have been, broadly speaking, 4 general ages of Kamen Rider shows. First up, you've got the Showa, so these are the ones that started back in the 70s and have been running continuously up until, like, the... Hey, Obsidia! Make yourself at home. And thank you for the follow. Hope you enjoy what you see. Alright, let's see. This is the line art layer, so I gotta neaten these up now. I don't know why my mouse is being so heavy today, though. Let's try lightening the load. So the Showa is like the classic period from the 70s through to... I think it was like through to the 90s? But, it's the series that I have, the series that I have the least experience with. The classics... Alright, I'll be honest about something for a sec here, chat. I can be a very shallow viewer when it comes to TV, and sometimes stuff just ain't pretty enough for me, so I can't really get into it as easily. That's kind of how it is with the older Kamen Rider. It's still really great, really campy and fun, but it's just a little harder for me to personally get into. I still highly recommend checking it out because, I mean, it's how you get wild plots like, like the very first Kamen Rider, the plot is basically a college motorcyclist gets kidnapped by evil organization turned into a grasshopper-themed cyborg, and is fighting stuff like Bat Cyborg, Snake Cyborg, Spider Cyborg. Very wild, very goofy, very fun and silly. Also, the like action stunts, because this is a tokusatsu show, which is the Japanese term just for any kind of live action show. Oh, hey Heavy, welcome back. So it's a tokusatsu show, which is just generic any live action show that relies primarily on practical effects for any kind of stunt work rather than like digital effects. It's gotten a little looser with what kind of digital effects it will allow recently, but for the most part it's still mainly just practical effects. So Microsoft being weird. Ah, that sucks. Let's see. But then after the Showa, you get into the Heisei period. Yeah, like Kamen Rider and Sentai, the Super Sentai shows, which is the original Japanese version. The game is Call Minoria. Yeah, Power Rangers is a westernized version of Super Sentai, which is the sister series to Kamen Rider. Oh, wait, I didn't say that right. Power Rangers is the westernized version of Super Sentai, which is the sister series to Kamen Rider. There we go, now I got it. Thanks, EthoSpot. So, if you imagine the kind of plots that you can get sometimes in Power Rangers, imagine that, but with like more emphasis on drama and like serious storytelling, slightly less on the comedy side of things, but still like unmistakably a show that is ultimately aimed for kids. You're pretty close to what Kamen Rider is like. Yes, yes. I think there was one that came out a few years back called like Chroma Squad. So Heisei is the era that I got into Kamen Rider. There's like old Heisei and new Heisei. But either way, 90s is where things got a little more like complicated, I guess. It's when they started being able to use CGI, so the effects are there and vary really wildly depending on how much budget they have at the time. But of that era, because it only very recently ended that era, actually, like just I think I think it was the year before last. Yeah, I think it was 2019. That was when Emperor Heisei stepped down and was succeeded by Emperor Reiwa. And budgets and tokusatsu. Exactly. It's honestly amazing just looking at it from like an art standpoint, seeing, because once you like learn to recognize the editing and practical tricks that they're employing to do all of these stunts, you can really kind of appreciate just how much work goes into it and how pretty good a lot of the final product can still be. My team ran on cardboard boxes and bad dubbing. Yep, both in Chroma Squad and actual tokusatsu, that's pretty realistic. So, my favorite Kamen Riders, who, Epitome, you're still in chat. Which Kamen Rider should I start off with from the Heisei era? And I've pretty much only shown you Heisei era ones. The Reiwa stuff I haven't really finished myself yet, so I haven't really shown you yet. But where should I start in Heisei with gushing about it to the chat? All right, I'll start with W. So W was my introduction to Kamen Rider and still is probably my favorite of the series. So, to explain W. Okay. So, to explain W, is everyone in chat familiar with the film noir genre? Like those films I mean, stereotypically they're like black and white or what have you, but just films that are focused on very gritty crime stories. Yeah, like the kind where victories are very little and often hollow if you get victories at all, that sort of story. So, W is, rather than a hard-boiled detective story, it is a half-boiled detective story. The main character, Shotaro, he is the successor to a very cool-headed, hard-boiled detective who unfortunately died in a job that he helped him run. But now he's doing whatever small detective work he can to try and protect the city that he lives in and he loves. Yes, Spider-Man was also made into a tokusatsu. So Shotaro is trying to solve the big show. The big case of the entire show is about, there is this fantastical, I mean, it's definitely like a drug allegory, but it's not really like an actual drug substance. They basically look like these USB sticks. They're called memories. They're these USB sticks that when you jack them into your body, you turn into a monster with superpowers based off of whatever the memory was of. So they're all like, they all start with a different letter and they're abbreviations for some different word. So like some of the enemies they went up against were like the like dinosaur monsters based off of greed, or like really old concepts like Nazca lines. That was a really cool one that had its own power. The weather, Ice Age, all kinds of just weird concepts or creatures or stuff like that. And they these memories, using them, give you superpower highs, but also kind of drive you to mental instability, and usually the people who use them end up not being the greatest. So Shotaro is there to try and protect the city from the worst of them. And he's a detective. He's a pretty good detective, really. But the real secret to his success, beyond just being someone who really genuinely cares about people around him, well, there was kind of one that was similar to that, now that I think of it. But assisting him is Philip. Now, Philip is well, first off, I loved him because from the get-go I realized, hey, wait a second, this guy's autistic. Like, he is the most autistically written character that I've seen in a series that doesn't just outright say, yes, I am autistic. He does these super obsessive things. He has tics. Or stims rather. He has things that he has to do and things he can't do. All of those kind of behaviors that I could recognize and really resonated with me was great. But he has, in his head, a literal mental library where he, as long as he can get like 3 keywords relating to whatever the case they're working on is, he can find out pretty much any kind of information. So like, Shotaro goes around getting clues, and then Philip is the one figuring out how they can be pieced together. Then, when they do need to fight, they are the 2-in-1 Kamen Rider. That was the gimmick of their show. Instead of one Kamen Rider being the main character, both Shotaro and Philip combine. Like, usually it is Philip's, like, consciousness that merges with Shotaro and his body to become Kamen Rider double, but sometimes it can go the other way around too. Yeah, it's a kind of fusion, but it is the kind of fusion that is described like the emotional intimacy that these characters share and that we see develop more and more throughout the show. Like, yes, Shotaro and Philip, I don't know if this is like a popular fan opinion, but 100,000% in my eyes, this is... Ah! Don't scare me like that, Heavy. I had to do 2 takes on the scare reaction. But Kamen Rider Double, no one can change my mind. It is the story about a gay autistic man and a bisexual disaster of a detective falling in love and just trying to make things work around all of the tragedy that befalls their personal lives. I defy anyone who is even in the slightest bit open to watch Kamen Rider Double and tell me that those two are not in a MLM relationship. Okay. So, while my favorite is Double, my partner Epitomy's favorite is definitely... Santa, like a guy who was literally Santa Claus, is actually an informant for Shotaro at his detective agency. So there's just this guy that everyone only knows as Santa, dressed like Santa, who just sometimes helps him solve crime. Okay, one of your favorites, but so O's is kind of an oddball. It is a show that is about deconstructing the nature of greed, like greed just as an abstract concept and the role it plays in society, and desire and all of that. It deconstructs greed while still being a kids' show of a merchandise-driven franchise. Like, do you realize how hard of a tightrope that is to walk? Like, think about that for a second. Everything in that show was still just as toyified as all of the other series, but at the same time, it was telling a very serious anti-capitalist story about the philosophical nature of greed and desire and how it can be both good and bad. So, O's is about a young man, Eiji Hino. He ends up being the titular O's, but when we first meet him, he is a homeless, happy-go-lucky traveling bum. We don't know why at first, but he has kind of just, like, lost the drive in his life to really desire much of anything. He is kind of just driven by whatever he feels like in the moment. He doesn't feel like he has a purpose in life. While the show is about him finding that purpose, it's not really treated with, like, any kind of disdain either. Like, this is a young man who has a condition caused by a tragedy in his life that he's dealing with, and he still has very traumatic experiences that he's grappling with, but at the same time, it's never treated as him just being, like, lazy or wishy-washy or anything like that. So, for the O's series, basically, long story short, without spoiling anything, there was a ancient evil emperor alchemist who wanted to take over the world. Hold on, I'll get there. Who wanted to take over the world by creating these homunculus creatures called greeds, spelt with 3 E's. And greeds were these humanoid animalistic creatures that, when they had all of their powers combined, they were just these, like, serene, godlike beings. But they are also capable of consuming and destroying anything they really want to. And as it turns out, if you take away some of their power, like this ancient alchemist guy did to get his own animal-themed magical powers, yeah, there's always an ancient chemist. That's true, Heavy. But the alchemist guy created the greed, and he created their powers, which were these animal-themed superpowers that came in the form of coins. And the coins are what formed the greed, but as it turns out, if you take some of their coins away, they become insatiably hungry for something. Like, what they're hungry for differs a little bit from individual to individual, but they all have a drive that is personally destructive to them that they can never fully satisfy. Like, they are living in a world that everything is dull, everything is this dimmed shade of gray, that nothing can seem to fill that empty void, so they just keep consuming and consuming and consuming. And that's really bad for the world, because they basically would turn it into a empty wasteland. So the alchemist eventually sealed away all of the greed and their coins, but, well, they're out again. There are, like, when the show starts off, there are 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there are five of them, I think. Let's see, bird, big mammal, sea animal, cat, bug. Yeah, there are 5 when it starts off, but there may or may not be more. And anyway, the greed, of course, they're back. They're looking to get all of their coins again so they can be complete. And, well, it's not really a good thing, to be honest. But fortunately, one of them is a slightly less amoral creature. He is actually the greed that originally betrayed the rest of them to help the alchemist seal them away. His name is Ankh. Unfortunately, he is just an arm. Ankh has... most of his body at this point has been destroyed, and, like, literally, it's actually a really fun effect. The character of Ankh, for the most part, is a disembodied floating monster arm. And just the amount of character they can get out of this arm is fantastic. When he does eventually need to take a physical body, he actually just possesses this human detective's body, so that's who we mainly see, like, playing Ankh via surrogate for the show. The actual concepts going into the show are I don't really think I'm doing them justice, to be honest, but I'm trying to give like as much detail as I can at least. So O's uses the same animal power metals that the greed are all trying to get back. So it becomes a race to like see whoever can get them all first and stop the others. I'm describing it in a way that sounds very generic, but I assure you, if you ever get a chance, you will find that this is a show that is far deeper philosophically than it has any right to be. Oh, also, if you like ska, this show has an absolute banging track of ska songs. All right, so epitome, that was O's. Well, thank you. I'm glad to hear that people like it. O's honestly was a very good series. It's definitely up there as one of my favorites. Um, very high on the like personal internalized drama side of things, so if that's not really something you're super into, maybe not the series for you, but I still highly recommend it overall. All right. So next up is Forzy. So Forzy, Forzy is a fun one. Um, it was written by the same people who did W, and who even before that, it's the same writing team that created Gurren Lagann. Gurren Lagann was like probably the defining anime of my bunnyhood. So being able to see the writer's work in another venue was just absolutely lovely. It was a treat. Forzy is a show about the biggest himbo in the world making friends. And like, yeah, it goes in that kind of order too. But like, epitome, correct me if I'm wrong or if I'm oversimplifying, but Forzy is a show about the world's biggest high school himbo making friends. Would you say that's fair? Yep. So it stars Gentaru Kisaragi. Gentaru Kisaragi is a self-styled Yankee kind of punk, except uh, one, he is the stupidest character. He's the stupidest common rider in the show's whole like 50 plus years of running that they have ever had. Like, our introduction. So our introduction to the character is there is another one of the main characters who is the target of like a love letter confession, and as he gets the confession, he just like very casually brushes the girl aside. He takes the envelope that she gave him and tosses it into a river that they're going over. Our very first introduction to Gentaru as a character, we see him rush in headlong, yelling in this super hot-blooded way, and he grabs the other guy by the lapels, saying like, "Oh, how fucking dare you, dude? This is someone's feelings. You can't play around with that shit. You gotta take people's feelings seriously, because that's what matters." Why isn't it? Why am I not? Hold on. Uh-oh. Why is my mouse not working here? Let me see if I can fix this real quick, then I'll get back to talking about this dumb himbo. Okay, redo that much. Now, are you gonna recognize? This is troubling. Okay, maybe I have to... There's a section that I've got here. Okay, now it's working. That was weird. Alright, well, let's save it just in case and zoom back in to work. Alright, so he rushes in, telling this guy off, like grabbing. Oh, come on. Look, I know you can do this. Don't. Okay, see, now you want to do it. Jeez. Right, let's try boosting it up a little bit. Okay, sure. You know what? Whatever you want. As long as you work tablet. Yes, it is outer space themed. It's outer space themed, but also themed around different kinds of science and different jobs, kind of. But he rushes in, grabs this guy by the lapels, telling him, like, hey man, what the fuck, you gotta take people's feelings seriously, she put her heart into that, you better at least fucking read it before you throw it away or reject it. And then he hops on the railing of the bridge they're going over and jumps like 30 feet down into like an ankle-high river to grab the envelope again. Like, the very first thing we see this character do is fucking McShatter his ankles as he goes to get this letter for someone he's never met before, from someone he's never met before. And Epitome is right. When I say he is making friends with everyone, I mean he literally is trying to make friends with everyone. That is his goal in life. That is his driving ambition. If you exist, you will be friended. He will friend you eventually. Sooner or later, you will have a friend named Gentaru who has a really ridiculous-looking pompadour. But yeah, he eventually gets turned into the astronaut-themed Forze. Forze goes back a little bit to the kind of like drug allegory or analog that Double had. This time they are instead, though, they still bring out the worst in you, but this time the magic drugs are switches that infuse you with the power of, like, the star signs and the zodiac and such. Yeah. The main cast eventually gets made up of Gentaru, aka the punk, like the punk no good character. We got the like the preppy scholar show kind of, not the preppy, more like elite, cool, aloof student. We've got the nerdy character. We've got a jock. We've got a social loner goth freak. We've got a queen bee. We've got the class clown. Like, yes, all of them. It literally is. What if Breakfast Club was good again? And what if Breakfast Club was good, and it was also a series about fighting evil zodiac monsters as a astronaut? And it's one of the most wild series I've seen. And also, it's really weird to think, but like, from the first episode to the last episode, Gentaru really isn't that different. Like, this is one of the only times I can think of where I've seen a show with a protagonist who is pretty much like a flat character, in the sense that he doesn't really get any more complex than what you see in episode 1. He learns a little bit, he grows as a person, but he really doesn't change that much. And it's still a really good show. Not even, like, despite that, but because of that, like, despite everything that's thrown at him, he's still like this paragon of just genuine kindness and desire to be good to people. Yeah, which is also really fun because one of the other main characters is explicitly the angsty, edgy character. And, like, seeing them grow and become friends eventually is also a really compelling. Like, just seeing him become friends with all these characters is such a more compelling concept than you would think it would be, but it really is. It genuinely is just the power of friendship, but it's so good. Hmm. Do you think I did Forze enough justice, Epitome? Should I go on to Wizard from here, or should I try and gush about Forze more? Alright, so next up is Kamen Rider Wizard. So the important thing to know about Kamen Rider Wizard is that this is the series that was produced just after Japan underwent that, like, historically disastrous um, earthquake slash tsunami slash nuclear disaster. Like, this was right on the heels of that. So it became a series that is based entirely around the theme of hope. What does it mean to have hope? Uh, what can one find hope in? How can one preserve hope even when things seem absolutely devastating? And that becomes the core theme. It's a series that I I feel like a lot of the fandom doesn't really like Wizard that much, but I've always enjoyed it because it's not a perfect happy ending without spoiling anything. Like, there is a core tragedy to the ending that isn't avoidable, but it was never a show about just making happy endings. It was a show about finding ways to still be hopeful in spite of the bad things that happen. So I feel like the ending was still perfect the way it was. Now, granted, a lot of the things around the ending wasn't very well written, but that's another story. Basically, Wizard is a show about. Well, it's a show about a wizard. uh, the Kamen Rider here uses magical rings that are crafted from magical gemstones. It's still the real world, don't get it wrong. But he is the sole survivor of something called the Black Sabbath. The Dark Sabbath. Not the band, not the stand named after the band. More along the lines of, like, the thing that witches are said to go to stereotypically or whatever. But what happened is it was this massive magical ritual that almost everyone involved in it had, like, this episode of just such intense emotional trauma that they had their spirits broken and basically all became monsters, phantoms. So most of them became phantoms. As the sole survivor, he instead somehow became a wizard, which just means basically that he's kind of made peace with his phantom and can work with it. But oh, the monster design is also one that I enjoyed here. They were all based off of, like, classic world mythology monsters, and I'm a huge slut for world mythology, so, like, I was gonna like it either way. But let's see. Let's make sure I get Mia's hair right for a second here. Let's try moving it over a little bit too, so I can see both. Oh wait, no, that's the sketch layer. Sketch layer, go back. No, sketch layer. Okay. Well, why can't I grab the line? Okay, good, I can move the line. Okay, there we go. Wait, no, that's useless, because now I can't see the sketch. Fuck. I didn't think this through. Alright, I guess I'll have to... Oh, wait. I know what I can do. I can bring the reference layer over. Yeah, there we go. Now I'm thinking with 2 dimensions. But yeah, we've got the main character who is the titular wizard. He doesn't really know why he survived. He doesn't know where his powers are coming from. He just knows that he made a friend who also seemingly survived somehow. Who is also maybe not totally alive anymore? It's kind of unclear when things start off. But... yeah. He's basically trying to find a way to stop all of the phantoms, and hopefully figure out a way that his friend can stay alive, because she's seemingly kind of undead? Question mark? Really not? And then later on we get the secondary rider, so this is something that I haven't really talked about in my recap of the Kamen Rider series thus far, but most of the Kamen Riders also have something called a secondary rider, which it's basically just like... archetypally, they're like the Lancer. They're someone who also has powers, to kind of like a lesser extent, but they're also an important character. But, like, they're not the main character. They're a main character, just not the protagonist, you know? Wizard had a very fun secondary rider. Basically, he was a archaeologist who was just exploring one day, accidentally released a evil phantom monster inside of a artifact that he found, and made a deal with it that, hey, if you can save my life now by making sure that these other monsters don't kill me, I will, in return, make sure that there are a lot of monsters that you can eat. So it's just very refreshing, I think, to have characters whose motivations are so, like, overtly self-serving. Like, yeah, he would love to make sure people don't fall into despair, because when people fall into despair, that's when phantoms get made. That's another kind of important part of the show I probably should have made sure I mentioned at some point. Whoops! But at the same time, like, at the end of the day, he needs there to be some phantoms, because, if there ain't phantoms, the monster that he has living in his belt, it ain't happy. And if it ain't happy, it's gonna eat his soul. That kinda sucks. It's just a very simple, down-to-earth, relatable kind of motivation, I guess. Do you think that's enough for Wizard Epitome? Or should I try to go more into it? Also, points to Wizard because, it was the first of the Kamen Rider series to have a, like, overt and openly, LGBT plus, actor in it, and, also the first one to have a character that was, well, in addition to LGBT, also a trans character played by a trans actress, so that was really cool. And technically, because of something that happened in one of the movies, she was also the first. She was also the first Kamen Rider who was a trans person, so that was really cool. B, keep in mind I don't know enough about any of these series. Okay, fair enough. So after Wizard came Gaim. Gaim is one that I got some issues with Gaim. So who here in chat is familiar with a man named Gen Orobuchi? He's written a lot of stuff. Yes, Gaim. So Gen Orobuchi has written a lot of stuff, but perhaps what he's best known for... Oh, alright, just for you, Epitome. Kiwi! So I'll explain what the fuck I just did in a moment. But first, so if you haven't heard of the name before, Gen Orobuchi is a writer who has done... He's done a fair amount of stuff. All of his stuff is very grim, very kind of bleak and hard to watch. I would say that probably before Gaim, his most well-known works would be Madoka, like just Puella Magi Madoka Magica, and also Fate Zero. So hopefully, I don't know, chat, you're kind of gonna have to answer this one for me. Is that, like, at least kind of a decent touchstone for y'all to know about the writer I'm talking about here? I don't know who else here is typing. Fair. That's fair. Oh my gosh, Heavy, are you okay? That sounds worrying. Yeah, are you alright, Heavy? I gotta make sure. Kiwi! I put in a $25 card in, and it said it was there, but it wasn't. That's weird. Did it at least, like, give you the card back or something? That is strange. Well, hopefully you were able to resolve it, or at least it was a glitch and I had a panic attack and kind of shut down till it worked and got my games. Oh, I'm sorry to hear you had to go through that, Heavy, but I'm glad that it sounds like you're on the mend now, at least. Is there anything else that you need? I want to make sure that you're alright first. Gave me 4 games. That sounds good. I'll be fine. Alright. I realize that there's very little I can actually offer you, Heavy, but if there is something I can do for you, just let me know. Yeah, as long as you're doing okay now. Or at least, if not okay now, getting closer to okay. Because I realize that, like, I panic easy for reasons I mean, I think that's kind of just panic, anxiety. Yeah, that's just anxiety in general. Thank you, EthoSpot. Yeah, but it's okay, Heavy. You're in a safe place. It's gonna be okay. Sadly, very bunny-like in that aspect, too. Oh. Well, I'm sure that both myself and every bunny else here will try and keep you in good company, then. Unfortunately, we do. It's a not particularly desirable part of our like psychology. We're very good at flight, even if we can't actually fly. It is one of the, I would say, most definable traits of the bunnies. We are good at flight. We are good at friends. And we are good at finding friends. If it makes you feel any better, I'm sorry to hear that, Epitome. Once the stream is over, I'll try to check in on that. Now I'm worried about y'all. Like, I know that ultimately I'm in a situation where any kind of relationships that I form with y'all are likely to be parasocial at best for now, which isn't really healthy for either of us. But I still feel like a kind of attachment, because I mean, you're hanging out with me, so I do like you. I just want to make sure everyone's doing okay and feeling good. Or at least feeling as good as they can. Yes, fun. I am good at I'm good at fun. Alright. Let's see. Yes, so I was talking about Gen Orobuchi. He does a lot of tragedy stuff, a lot of very heavy stuff. So when people saw that he was going to be making a season of Kamen Rider, a show that is, despite how heavy it can get, always intended to be a kids-friendly or friendly enough show, people were kinda confused. And more than a little surprised. What he eventually came up with, without spoiling anything too big, started off looking like a show about a troupe of dance battlers. Like, they literally have dance contests. And also, it's kind of like Pokemon, but turns into a cosmic horror story. about a forest that's trying to basically colonize this planet and trying to fight against that. Like, the problem with the series, though, at least in my eyes, is that it kind of loses sight of what it's trying to be at the end, and ultimately it ends up in a point where he's kind of like cooperating and on totally normal, cool terms with the big bad of the show. Like, he basically ends up kind of doing some stuff that I mean, if you've seen Madoka Magica, Kamen Rider game in a lot of ways is Madoka Magica as a action-packed as like an action-packed tokusatsu show, but also it's lighter. It's lighter and a little more palatable if you don't like heavy melodrama. It's not one that I would personally recommend to watch all the way through because I don't think it's very well written, to be honest. But it's something that I would say if you're interested in Kamen Rider, it's worth at least checking out a little bit. Because while the writing, I'd say, isn't very good, it's good enough. It's not a terrible series. It's just not a well-written one. And if you can enjoy things despite that, yeah, sure, go for it. It had a lot of fun moments, too. Yes, so the alien forest reality that's trying to take over our world, basically, it's like it's like a bunch of invasive species, and that includes both flora and fauna, so the powers that the Kamen Riders use are actually taken by, like, modifying the natural foods that grow in the alien forest. And, like, at the same time, the people who eat the foods that that aren't being protected by the Kamen Rider equipment, like, if you eat them directly, you become a monster. It's honestly kind of genuinely horrifying stuff on a lot of levels, I'd say. But yeah, it is a show about fruit-themed samurais fighting evil space forests. And if that sounds interesting to you, I ain't gonna stop you. Even the worst Kamen Rider series can still be fun. And this definitely ain't the worst. I don't even know what would be the worst. Looks for a tiny weird bird. No, sadly, none of those kind of kiwis show up. Just the boring fruit kind of kiwis. No, Epitome, that was 2 whole series ago at this point. You silly. Oh, there was also a really fun scene in... There's a really fun scene going back to Kamen Rider O's for a sec, where, parasocial means you don't know the other person, but they know you, right? Right. Oh, hey, Bridgie! glad you could come by. I don't know how much of this you have seen, if anything, Bridgie, but let me give you the quick lowdown. Basically, the other week, I redeemed on Nia's channel the Dunk on Me thing, and, like, she came up with a decent dunk, but I was a little disappointed, so I thought, why don't I draw into existence the kind of dunk I really want to see her do on me, so that is exactly what I'm going to be doing here. When I'm finished, this is going to be Nia dunking. You know, totally say so and exactly what she meant when I said to dunk on me, I'm sure. But yeah, while I was drawing this, I was also just ranting about my love of Kamen Rider series, which are all live-action, goofy, fight choreographed Japanese kids shows. Yeah. So let's see. Let's go back down here. Yeah, that's looking pretty good, actually. Let's neaten this line up a little bit. So, where was I again for the Kamen Rider TED Talk that I had just kind of started in here? Does anyone remember? I know I was... Oh, right, I remember now. So... There's this scene that really hasn't aged well in the O's series that I loved, where part of the plot is the Greeds learning to modernize and take advantage of the new weird stuff in the world. And there's this thing where they make a huge to-do about how Ankh has, like, the latest of technology mastered, and is utilizing it to all of his needs. And we see that all he's done is he has gotten an iPad and has, like, a app that he uses to keep track of the magic coins. And something about that always just really, I find hilarious. Like, the further along we go, the more hilarious in contrast it is that an iPod was ever considered top-of-the-line high-tech stuff. But yes, so we just finished up with Gaim. Yeah. The next series was Kamen Rider Drive, and this is up there with O's and Double as probably one of my favorite of the Kamen Rider series. So, Kamen Rider Drive is ostensibly set up like a police procedural. We follow a detective who is solving crime, but, okay, let me start by saying it this way. Is there anyone here who ever watched the show Knight Rider? Anyone familiar with that work of David Hasselhoff's Knight Rider? I'll just keep talking to myself in the meantime. Yes. It is the Talkie Car show. So, that's kind of part of the gimmick of this Kamen Rider. Instead of a motorcycle, which most of the Kamen Rider before him had, he has a car. A car with a personality that talks. Also, it turns out all of the, Okay, so, actually, hold on. Before I get to the main part of what's happening in this setting, let me jump back for a second. Because, I'm gonna vibe in here while I finish this piece. No problem, Bridgie, that's pretty much exactly... That's actually almost exactly what, I was what I wanted to do anyway, sans like the actual like voice talking. So this works totally fine for me. So, before I get into the main part of the show, let's jump back 1 year in. Was it 1 year? I think it was. It was a very short amount of time, like just a couple of years. Sounds like the other show with the main hero transforming into an armored knight. Yeah, that definitely happens in quite a few Kamen Rider. So the so jumping back to, I think it was something like 3 years prior, uh the robot apocalypse happened in this setting. Like there were full on cyborgs around the world that were revolting and did kind of kill a ton of people and destroy a ton of society. Fortunately, the Kamen Rider did eventually rise up to stop them the same night that it started, but still, this is a world that from the get-go is already experienced one robot apocalypse. So ever since that night, like 3 years ago, there have been these weird. There have continued to be weird encounters with these rogue robots, but also they have developed this strange ability called slowdown, which it's quite literally time around the places that these evil robots show up slows down, like almost to a full stop to people. So initially, he's just starting off as like a normal detective who's been like the night of, he had this horrible incident where he had just like cornered a suspect, but it's called Garo. I'm not familiar with that one, but I'll have to take a look into it, foes. So on that night, the detective who was doing really well in his life and career up till then, because of the slowdown, he accidentally fired a shot that ended up hitting his partner and caused him to be like, gave him like a career ending injury. Like, he still hasn't been able to walk again after that kind of injury. So that has kind of traumatized him. It's kind of broken his spirits. And like very much part of this, like all of the Kamen Rider to some extent have a theme that they explore. For Drive, that theme is definitely, this is a story about trying to find your drive in life after you've gone through something awful, to try and find kind of a purpose again. Coincidentally, this also came out the year after I finished, at the time, my only real hope to do. Oh my god! Hey, Fawn! Oh, Shella, thank you so much for the raid! Make yourself at home, and let me quickly shout you out. A very good chill times over on Chella's channel at Fawnlace. Definitely worth checking out if you want some very soft, cute aesthetics, relaxing times. Thank you so much for the raid. But yes, make yourself at home, you guys. But Drive was the series that came out right after I had just come back from Japan for my year abroad, and at that point I didn't have any more dreams of stuff I wanted to do in life, so I was kind of in a very good place to get the message of the show being, this is how you can try to rebuild yourself again. You can find that drive in your life again. So that's where he starts off the show. Now, the fun part of this show's gimmick is that in addition to his sidekick being the... Oh, thank you, Heavy. Oh, and thank you for the hydrate, too. Oh, for those of you who are raiding, just to give you some backstory, so I'm a fan of the VTuber. Her channel is Elfgal Goes. She goes name-wise, though, by Nia. One of the channel redeems that she has is she will basically roast you on the spot. She dunks on you. That's what she calls it. And I redeemed this a little while ago, and it was good. It wasn't like the best dunk I could hope for, so I decided I would draw into existence the kind of dunk that I wished she was doing on me. So let me quickly hide the ref layer. Yeah, so I was hoping for more of this kind of dunk, so that's what I'm going to be drawing today and Wednesday, probably. And while this was happening, somehow I got on a rant about my favorite children's series of live action, but also action TV shows in Japan called Kamen Rider. And basically I was just running through all of the ones I'd watched before. Yes, I wanted a space dunk. I did not get a space dunk, so gotta fix that. Yes, but right, going back to Drive, it was fun because in addition to this, to having a sidekick of a someone's personality in a talking robot car, all of the power-ups that he gets as a Kamen Rider. Yeah, I'm doing my own dunk. What's wrong with that? All of the power-ups he gets as a Kamen Rider are all car-themed, and they all come in the form of these little sentient, little Hot Wheels-looking toy cars. And, they don't give any of those cars voices. They're literally just, these little puppeteered cars that kind of, they can nod and they can shake and they can, move around to express themselves, and they honk and beep and all that. It's absolutely adorable. And let me tell you, I never thought I was going to get emotionally invested in a show that would spend episodes on the tragic romance of a limousine and I think it was a limousine and a taxi. But I did. I did somehow get emotionally invested in the relationship between a taxi and a limousine. And it was the wildest kind of shit. But yes, the show is also very good because, it just goes really well deep into exploring the antagonist's motivations too. There is eventually a undisputable villain in the show, but a lot of the antagonists end up also being kind of protagonists in their own way too. It's a show with very few bad guys, even if a lot of them kind of seem that way at first. But I mean, that's kind of part of the charm, I think, of a good police procedural. And don't get me wrong, there's a lot of bad police procedurals that are just straight up propaganda. but this show, it goes well into exploring a lot of things like institutional corruption in organizations like the police, which, I mean, hey, that's really cool, and really cool also that you're doing in a series that is targeted towards, like, 8 to 13-year-olds. And I genuinely mean that. I'm really glad when I see series trying to just without without like talking down to kids, talking about these kinds of heavy issues. It's so refreshing to see from a storyteller's perspective. So yes, Drive is probably, I'd say Drive is tied with O's as my second favorite after Double. Alright, so after Drive we get to what I think is probably the saddest of the Kamen Riders. And I don't mean this in the sense that it is literally sad. I mean it in the sense of what could have been. Like, they had such a good concept and such a interesting story that they could have explored that just got so messy and convoluted, and it was very disappointing how they executed on the story. But I'm getting ahead of myself. What I'm talking about is the show after Drive, after the one I really enjoyed, Ghost. Yes, Kamen Rider Ghost. So, Kamen Rider Ghost is the story of a teenager who basically he comes from a family of exorcists, and he ends up being targeted by these interdimensional ghost people, kind of. We don't really know why, but what we do know is that, like Dragon Ball style, there are these magic objects that contain the the spirit and the powers of, oh yeah, don't get me wrong, Heavy, it's very confusing when I try to explain it here, but there are like 15 of these objects that contain the spirit and powers of historically famous people. And like what the show considers famous enough to be one of these like really cool influential people that get to be turned into power ghosts kind of varies. Pulls out map out upside down in it. I'm sorry. I promise I'll try and navigate you back. But like some of the powers, and all of the powers to be clear, they still have like the Ooh, that was a weird crackling noise. They still have like the personalities of the people, like the historic people. They are, yes, the ones that I remember, Oda Nobunaga, Musashibu Benkei, Ryomu Setsuma, Thomas Edison, Sakuya, what was her name? Toyotomi Sakura, I think. The mythical empress of Japan, Robin Hood, Billy the Kid, Isaac Newton, Tutankhamun, Houdini. Yeah, it's... Oh, that was the sound I was talking about, was cable failure. I'll have to look into that. But yeah, like, the concept alone is really solid. It's a very fun one. Like, you have powers that are also the actual ghosts of people that are historically significant and well known. That's cool. Also, the reason why they're trying to collect all of these powers... Oh, thank you very much. Thank you, Chloe. Glad to have you around. Yeah, like, some of them are pretty questionable as to why they're considered big enough, like Tutankhamun. He really didn't do anything. He died when he was a kid. He had a very nice tomb, but he really didn't do anything worth a historic note. But anyway. Also, but like I was saying, if you manage to collect the spirits of all of these ghosts, that is so true, Chloe. I'll circle back around to Decade in a little bit, but he is a wonderful little shit of a character. So yeah, I think that's good. What happens is when you collect all 15 of these ghosts, you basically, like Dragon Ball style, you can ask the grand ghost that they all feed power into to grant a wish. The reason this is important is because our main character is dead. In the very first episode, he actually, literally, straight up dies. For real. The rest of the show, pretty much, he is trying to get all of them before his ghost totally expires and he just stops existing so he can wish himself back to life. And yes, it's a concept that has been done before, Dragon Ball being the most notable example, but the fact that they also add in that Yu Yu Hakusho style twist where he is literally trying to fight to save his own ghost from being destroyed and stuff, that's a really fun twist to put on it. So, it had all of the making, the cast also, very strong cast, a lot of really fun characters. I loved the sidekicks in that one. It was the one scientific skeptic girl who always was trying to find the rational explanations for the ghosts. The other was the super high-strung Buddhist priest. Very fun, very funny. The problem is, the writers, I feel, had no idea what they were doing with this plot, and it really shows. It has a ton of cool ideas that ultimately it fails to execute on because there's so much going on, and the plot points come and go, and there never really feels like there's a reason why any of this stuff is happening. We get to a point where we learn about the alien extra-dimensional ghost people that are trying to invade our world. We know they're trying to invade our world. We don't even know why, because, they don't need these ghosts, the magic wishing ghosts. There's never really a reason why they're trying to get them at all, or why they even care about them at all. They're just kinda incidentally there. There's a huge plot point that only actually works if you watch the movie that came out in companion to the series. If you don't watch the movie, you miss a huge chunk of the main series plot, which I feel is kind of unforgivable. All of the Kamen Riders, they all have at least one movie that connects at some point in the series timeline to the main story. And that's fine. I like that. I appreciate that kind of potential tie-in. I also appreciate that sometimes you can have little nods or things that are noticeable, but ultimately not totally important to the rest of the series, that show up as a result of what happened in the movie. For instance, going back to my favorite series, Double, in the Double movie, in the movie for the Kamen Rider Double series, there is this huge landmark in the city that they're set in that it's like this huge like radio tower size skyscraper. In the finale of the movie, it straight up gets destroyed and it is absolutely ruined. And like when we get back to the rest of the normal series, we still see that they're actively rebuilding it. It's alright, Heavy, I promise. It's not as scary as it sounds. But like, even though that huge change happened, it was kept pretty much in the background of the rest of the TV series. It's not something that it's something that you could see and is like, oh wow, how did that happen? And you'd go back to the movie to check it out, and that's fine. But it wasn't something that you needed to know about to be able to understand the rest of the series and appreciate it. It's just something that you could recognize, like, oh cool, it's still in the same continuity. But you don't have to have seen it to appreciate the rest of the show. They don't do that with the movie in Ghost, though. Like, there are a lot of really big plot points for the rest of the show that if you don't watch the movie and watch it, like, exactly where it would fit in with the timeline of the show, you're not gonna have any clue what's going on in the rest of the show. And I think it's one thing to have that kind of experience as like purely optional and totally like secondary to the enjoyment of the rest of the show, but you should not make it like an integral part of being able to understand your story that you were able to, in the limited theatrical release window, fork over the, like, I don't know, like 13,000 yen it would have taken to buy a ticket. Like, that's absurd. I don't know how, like, common a sentiment that is, but I personally can't abide by that kind of storytelling. Oh, that was also another thing that Kamen Rider Gaim did. Uh, if you don't watch the movie, although to be fair, the Kamen Rider Gaim movie is hilarious because it's basically, okay, what if Kamen Rider, but what if they all played professional football, like professional soccer for Americans? And it just runs with that. Like, it's just straight up in their full Kamen Rider costumes, them playing football. But yeah, if you don't see the Kamen Rider Gaim movie, there is a villain who shows up at the end of the series that you have no idea who this is. Who are you, Mr. Appleman? Why do you have beef with the show? We've never seen you before. Where did you come from? But yes, that was Ghost in a nutshell. Ultimately, something that had way more potential than we were left with in terms of execution. So disappointing. Probably the worst of the Kamen Rider series that I've personally watched. Exactly, where did you come from, Mr. Apple? Don't worry, Heavy. That's exactly the experience I had watching the show, too. This is like, not to like quote the nostalgia critic because I don't really like that guy. But this is very much me doing a moment of, I watched this and am gushing about it, so now you, if you don't want to, have the option to not. Alright, so after Ghost comes... Epitome, would it be fair to say that Xaid is one of, if not your favorite Kamen Rider? Yeah, exactly, Heavy, except I didn't want to use that exact wording because I don't want to get sued. Because I feel like that channel is in hard enough financial straits that it might sue me if I tried using it. You never know. Would that be fair to say, though, Epitome, that Xaid is tied with O's for Epitome's favorite. So, Xaid, similar to how Drive is what if police procedural mysteries, but Kamen Rider, Xaid is what if medical procedurals, but Kamen Rider. So, this So this setting proposes, what if computer viruses were so advanced that the ones that pop up in video games can escape into the real world by infecting people with, like, viruses, get it? Because, like, video game, computer viruses, human viruses. What if they could infect people in real world and then become monsters in real world? And then, of course, the heroes are using video game powers. So it's a medical procedural show where the heroes all have, like, video game powers, and, like, they're all different genres, and a lot of them are just, like, outright references to existing things. Like, one of the early power-ups is just straight up Monster Hunter. But yeah, it's a show about trying to find a cure to this mysterious pandemic of video game enemy viruses. Oh yeah, the aesthetic. If you like totally radical 80 aesthetic, or like the only 90s kids will remember this aesthetic kind of looks, you will love Kamen Rider Xaid's aesthetic. Rabbit, can I get off this crazy ride? Oh, Heavy. Look around, Heavy. There was never a door on this room. Now you say that, but there was actually a Burger Time. There was actually a Burger Time virus monster in the series, and it was one of the most tragic ones. The Burger Time virus tried to commit basically the equivalent of suicide by cop because he thought that he shouldn't exist. But yes, it is really sad too because it's a medical procedural, so people genuinely die. As a gamer of this dinosaur age, I almost get this kinda. Yes, so, also what was really nice about that one is because it was a medical procedural, they go with the whole... Because you know how in hospitals... You know how in hospitals there's not, like, just one person who can do literally everything? You know how that's a thing with actual medical care? They kind of decided to do that. Yeah, they decided to do that with the cast too. So while technically they are not the primary writer, they all play equally extremely important roles in the plot. So the main character, he is the main character Emu, he is well, he doesn't totally know what he wants to be when it starts off. He's still a what do they call that? Like the stage above intern, a resident, was it? Epitome? Was he a resident when it started? I'll wait for Epitome. They're my medical. Yes, he was a resident. So he's a resident. He eventually becomes a pediatrician focused. He's all very much about helping people, about keeping smiles on their faces. There was a like super cool doctor who saved his life in a car accident when he was young, and he always remembered. Oh, lag? Uh-oh. Can you... Alright, hold on a sec. Oh, okay. Okay. Whew, got a little worried there for a second. But yeah, there was a super cool doctor who saved his life when he was a kid from an accident. And he always remembers it because to cheer him up afterwards, to like give him that kind of motivation to really put his all into recovering, he gave him a video game. So that's like his thing. He's become equally good as a gamer as he is as a doctor. And he's a pretty good gamer. So that's the first of the doctors. The second one is the resident expert surgeon. The surgeon has a dark, brooding past because he lost the love of his life to this epidemic, and he will be damned if he loses any other patient ever again. He has to be the best. Right, so the main character, his main game motif is platformers. So his character design very much influenced by Sonic, by Kirby, a little bit of Mario. So also they all get like secondary themes later on. Eventually, he also gets motifs from fighting robot robot fighting games. That's pretty cool. He honestly gets a whole bunch of them. So there is puzzle platformers. There are... hold on. Come on. Co-op games in general. Game creation games. It gets kind of wild. So then... hold on, I'll get there. So then the secondary doctor, the surgeon, he has... his primary motif is RPG games. He's a very bitter person, but he also has the knight in shining armor motif. So he does RPGs primarily, but he also later gets access to stuff like rhythm game. He gets like a reverse RPGs, like villain protagonist RPGs too. That's a cool one he gets later on. After them, the next Doctor, he starts off really confrontational. He's almost like an antagonist when they first... No, actually, he is basically an antagonist. He's so much of a rival when they meet him. So this third character is... He used to be, like, on the straight and narrow, but now he's like a rogue private back alley doctor because he lost his medical license due to failing to stop this monster virus. But he's a radiologist. They all of their specialties like kind of play into their roles in the show. So like the radiologist is most focused on like trying to find and diagnose these new things. The surgeon is most focused on the active removal of problems, that sort of thing. His primary motif is first-person shooters. Yes, he is actually very heavily influenced by Blackjack in design. He even has the that trademark skunk stripe in his hair. His primary theme is first-person shooter. He later dips into flight simulator and military tactic, like real-time strategy games. So those are pretty cool. Then, yeah, he's the shooty boy, and he is just as edgy as that kind of game preference would lead you to imagine. Then the last of the main cast is my favorite. He is a coroner. So he's all about just... He doesn't really care anymore about, like, the initial... like the patients themselves so much as just finding the root cause of the disease and cutting it out. He, of course, has a very tragic story. He has lost loved ones to this virus, too. He's constantly portrayed as a very untrustworthy character, a very questionable character, and he really struggles to find anyone to really believe in him until the protagonist. But his main... Yes, he also always wears this just peak bisexual energy of this Hawaiian shirt with these like tiny little circle sunglasses. It is so stupid, but it's so good too. So his first motif is motorcycle racing game. But here's the fun part. His first motif... Yeah. He works with dead people. Let's make him the dad fashion. So, his first game motif for the powers is motorcycle racing, but when he turns into his powered form, he turns into an actual motorcycle. Like, not humanoid at all. So, without someone riding him, he's totally helpless in that form. He can only be a motorcycle. It is a hilarious thing that he has to deal with. Later on, he dips into Chanbara. Chanbara being like samurai fighting kind of games. He also goes into... Let's see... It's Chanbara... I believe... I want to say that he dipped a little bit into, like, a puzzle, too? It's hard for me to fully remember. It's been a while. I'm sorry, Heavy.
Yep, yep. He just is a motorcycle sometime. Um, well, I mean, he is a motorcycle. Let's not get it twisted. Then the character who is the nurse role. Uh, First off, she actually is also a benign version of the virus. So, fun thing, she is both the nurse and she's also the vaccine, which I think is a really fun little character thing that they have there. And I think epitome, because of your background, that's something that would make you like Poppy Peepople even more. She is the vaccine. Um, Poppy Peepople, she takes on the role of like the sort of like the nurse of the team, and her motif is well, she actually is the rhythm game character from the rhythm games. So that's her main motif, but she also later gets, as a secondary power, she gets dating sim, which honestly, the dating sim monster is kind of hilarious, and I kind of unironically love how dumb he is. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the dating sim guy is great. Um, so that is the main core cast without any spoilers. Now, if you don't want spoilers for Xaid, don't listen for like the next, let's say, minute and a half. I'll give you a little bit of time since I'm just saying this now. If you want to avoid spoilers, to just like take your headphones off for a sec. And in a minute and a half, you can put them back on. Okay, so then we've got some characters that join up along the way. The first of them is someone who starts off as an antagonist and then kind of remains an antagonist, and really is pretty much an antagonist for most of the show, until eventually he kind of comes around and, by both hook and crook, becomes a halfway decent person. This is Gem. This is Gem, epitome. He is actually, by day, the owner and president of the company that is making all of these games that have monster problems in them. He's also the one who created the virus. And the fact that me saying that doesn't spoil all of the twists in this plot should say a lot. But his character is really fun to watch because he is secretly at first and then later on just outright openly a raving megalomaniac god complex god complex, there we go, god complex villain who is just wild to watch him in action. He starts off as extreme sports powered. Later on, he gets survival horror game, zombie shooter powered. Let's see. Then there's also some villains that become less villainy over time. I'm not going to say who they are, because that's a huge fucking spoiler. I will say, though, that they have a very fun combo of being both both puzzle game power up and also fighting game power up, and it's done in a fun little combo way that I always really like. But yeah, that's all I can say about Xaid. Very heavy emotional drama sometime, very high stakes, but also pretty fun. Like, genuinely, just a pretty fun time sometimes, too. Alright, so that then takes us... Yes, it is safe to listen. So, that then takes us to the last series in the second to last series in the Heisei period, and that is going to be Kamen Rider Build. So, Kamen Rider Build. Ooh boy, okay, so it is set in a alternate universe where there was a mission into space that brought back a artifact found on Mars that created these super high-tech alien space walls, which basically cut Japan into 3 sections. And it also seems to have warped people's personalities, so all of the political figures who happened to be at the place when the space relic was brought down to Earth are all horribly corrupt and twisted now, so that's fun. There is, like, a constant undercurrent of war and disaster that is always underlying everything going on here. It's a series that is very dark and heavy in parts, so viewer discretion is advised. But the main character is a quantum physicist with amnesia who has developed some kind of weapon system that is taking elements of this alien power and the same kind of power that's making monsters, because that's just kind of like a running theme with Kamen Rider. It's also he's also using it to create weapons that could fight it with the help of kind of a magic satellite. It's not like actual magic, but it's kind of something weird. We're not totally sure what for most of the show. But he is one half. He is Sento, like the characters for Rabbit and Tank. The power system is very fun in this show. Basically, you have 2 things, one of which is usually some kind of organic living thing. The other is like a noun that's just like an object or something like that. And like with chemistry reactions, he has to mix and match the different powers to see what powers work best with which ones to give him like new forms. So like some of the forms include Rabbit Tank. There was Comic Book Ninja. There was... What was that one? Oh, I can't remember anymore. Oh, this is so annoying. I have all of them too. But yeah. Oh, Pirate and Bullet Train, Porcupine, and Hedgehog and Fire Truck. It's all weird combos like this, but they end up being really fun power combos. It's a neat concept. But then the other main character is a guy named Kazuma Banjo. He's the biggest fucking idiot in the entire show. He is also, tragically, framed for murder and is trying to absolve his name. So he's he's not like Gentaro levels of dumb himbo, but he's pretty high up there. And he has a lot of really good moments in the show. He's like I said, he's not Gentaro Kisaragi levels of stupid, but Ryuga Banjo is very stupid. Like stupid enough that he once tried to use a in the series he once tries to use a like circus clown costume as a disguise. Like I'm walking around and people won't notice that I'm a fugitive from the law kind of disguise. The cast in this one also grows gradually and includes more rioters, but this is one that the plot is it's not like bafflingly confusing, but the plot is good enough that I just genuinely don't want to share the identities of the other riders because I don't want to spoil it for when you're able to see, if you decide to see for yourselves. Also, it covers some of the heaviest themes that we've seen in Kamen Rider to date, I feel. Like, the central theme of Kamen Rider Build is what is the moral responsibility of science and scientists? To what degree of culpability can we hold people who make progresses for all of mankind? How can we ensure that the things that we create and discover aren't going to be used for horrible things? Like, in many ways, the main character is kind of an unwilling war criminal. And the show doesn't shy away from really getting into the consequences of his actions, even if he didn't know who was pulling the strings behind his back. So if that's something you aren't potentially comfortable with, and trust me, there's still a ton of comedy, there's a ton of lighthearted goofs, there's a ton of really fun, high octane action. But if you're not comfortable with it occasionally getting kind of heavy, Build might be one you want to skip. Alright. So, that then takes us to the final series of the Heisei era. I found this cool, uncurable virus, and because science, I made it airborne, contagious, and 100% immune to everything. Oh, yeah. Yeah. This is why you need to teach science and humanities. IMO, not knowing who you're working for is itself morally wrong and does... Exactly, yeah. And there's absolute... Culpability is a huge part of the theme, too, yeah. Like, this is a Kamen Rider who has made a lot of mistakes in his life, even if he didn't know he was making them, and he's actively doing a lot to try to make up for the harm he's done. How long have I been talking about Kamen? Oh god. Probably at least like an hour, maybe an hour and a half. It's definitely been a while, I'll admit that. So that is Kamen Rider Build. Personally, I enjoyed it a lot. But again, if you don't want to get into super deep moral questions for things that there aren't always really satisfying, clear-cut answers to, it might be a series that you would want to skip around through at best. Again, really good character-driven stuff. But the theme can be a little heavy for people, too. Also, oh, don't think that they don't get into that angle too heavy. They cover their bases. Alright, so after that, we come to the last of the Heisei era Kamen Riders with Kamen Rider Zio. So, to fully understand Kamen Rider Zio, how should I put this? Kamen Rider Zio is a love letter to all of the Heisei era Kamen Riders. I think that's a good way to start. Basically, it is about a high school student who is very much still in his Chunin phase. He basically has decided that while everyone is trying to make practical plans for what they want to do when they grow up and all that, he has decided he is going to become king. So he doesn't really need any other plan because he's going to be the king of everything. And he's just got to make sure that he's a good ruler, and that's all. So this is kind of a problem because we then see, like, Terminator style, there are people from the future who would really prefer that he did not continue living. It turns out that this very idealistic goofball of a high school student supposedly grows up to become a Kamen Rider who has stolen all of the powers of Kamen Riders before him, and basically has become a god emperor tyrant ruling over all of mankind with an iron fist. Not a great look. Not a great look. So it seems like, though, the problem is, while some people are content just to stop him, other people are looking more rather than having this idiot on the throne, having another idiot that they can control on the throne instead. So there are people who are going back in time to all of the periods of the other Kamen Riders in the Heisei era, and basically they are supplanting reality by artificially designating people other than that time's proper Kamen Riders into fake Kamen Rider monsters, which is really cool because, like, they've done a ton of monsters in other of the Kamen Rider series which are just, like, similar to Kamen Riders, but this is the first time they've done Kamen Rider monsters that are actually straight up based on the riders. Also, hey Ren! I'm sorry, this is kind of a weird thing to come into midstream. I've been ranting about my favorite Japanese kids show, Kamen Rider, and all of its many, many incarnations that I've watched. Yeah, basically these time thieves are going through time making fake Kamen Riders to try and create someone else who could become the god emperor of humanity that they could control. So, in order to prove that, hey, I'm not a terrible person who is going to become a ruthless tyrant, I promise, I will prove it to you, the main character ultimately ends up also getting into time travel and going through all of these periods, correcting history, making it so that the Kamen Rider monsters are destroyed, that the original timeline can repair itself, and then in the process, he does kind of also get power-up forms based off of all of the Kamen Riders, so he does kind of accidentally steal the powers too, in a way. But it's in a way that the other Kamen Riders are very chill with. Like, it's totally not stealing, bro. You are the proper, like, righteous heir to these powers, we promise. And that's something that I'm sure never gets explored as consequences in the show at all. Oh, it's just because that abbreviation of Japanese has a lot of very loaded historical connotations thanks to its use during World War II. That's all. Oh, okay, there we go. It's alright, Ren. I know you didn't mean anything by it. So, yeah, he's going through time, correcting the timeline, beating the Kamen Rider-based monsters, but he does also still end up getting very powerful in the process, so it's a weird one. It's a series that, like, to fully appreciate, I think you kind of have to have seen all of the shows that it's based off of, because they'll do all these fun things where they'll bring the original actors back to reprise their roles again. It's a show that is unabashedly a huge fan service, like, farewell to a period that had so many really fun Kamen Riders in it. And, like, what's also really good is after every episode, they do a mini episode, which is just the characters breaking the fourth wall, commenting on all of the shit that happened in the episode and how weird the plot is and why they did certain stuff. And, like, in the very first of those fourth wall breaking mini episodes, the characters burn down the office of they burn down the Toei office. So without the production company, they figure, well, that means that the evil version of me in the future can't take over because the show can't be continued. It's that kind of insane mini interstitial sketches that really got me. So yeah, it's the one that I think has the highest bar to entry, because you have to really, like, have a familiarity and appreciation for all of the series that it's referencing, but it's still a very fun one. And that was the end of the Heisei era. Now I'm going to quickly take a break to grab a snack, and then I'll come back for the last of the series I have seen in the new era, the Reiwa era. I gotta go. Alright. Tell Ruko I said hi, Ren, and see you around. Alright, hold on a second, friends. I'm gonna pop open a nice bag of Cheez-Its here. Sorry about how loud this probably is. There we go. This stream is not sponsored by Cheez-Its. That said, though, Cheez-Its, if you ever want a VTuber sponsor, hit me up. All right. So, let's get back into this. I got one of those snack bags of mixed Cheez-Its where half of them are zesty cheddar and half of them are Parmesan. Yeah, let's zoom out a little bit for this. That's why I don't get free advertisements. You wanna know what I'm drinking? Fuck you, pay me. Okay. Let's turn off this layer for a sec so I can see the legs. Alright, so with the end of the Heisei era, there came a new emperor, Emperor Reiwa, and I'm not going to get into the politics of Japan, because I'm incredibly unqualified to talk about the politics of Japan. But regardless, new emperor, new Kamen Riders. The first of the Reiwa-era Kamen Riders was Kamen Rider 01. So, remember how I said back in Kamen Rider Drive that they experienced the robot apocalypse? Hey, guess what? There's another robot apocalypse. Oh, also, thank you for reminding me, Heavy. I never redeemed that hydrate. Oh, and there's another one. Thank you very much. So, shit, there I put my tablet stylus. So, Kamen Rider 01, it is about artificial intelligence. Some form of robot apocalypse has already happened, but it's fairly self-contained, and it was minor enough comparatively that despite the fact that robots occasionally in this world have been known to just go rogue and develop a sense of self beyond their programming and turn into human-killing monsters. Despite that, the stock of the company that makes all these robots is still doing pretty well. And this is important because our main character for this one, well, he would rather just be a comedian, and he's a really bad comedian, let me tell you. He is a hilariously bad comedian. But he would rather be that, but he's also the heir to the multi-million-dollar company that makes all of these robots. And the show is very much about exploring that blurry line between what is and isn't a person. And it manages to do so in a way that doesn't really feel condescending. I mean, it even manages later on in the season to throw in an element of what do you do when you are or it throws in a theme of like, how do you learn to forgive when someone has done something unforgivable to you? There's a lot of that kind of dealing with trauma in this show, especially. But yeah, it is a show about it's a show about a main character who believes firmly in the value of all existences, both artificial and organic, and who is really just doing his damnedest to protect people of all sorts, whether they were manufactured or whether they were born. Doesn't really matter to him, and I think that's a really nice sentiment, especially as someone who was made rather than born. Let's see, I always forget how feet work. One of my many, many weaknesses. So, that's honestly a series that I haven't finished. I got spoiled, so I know how it ends, but I don't really know of the how it gets from where I left off to where it ends. It is, to my experience, though, still a very interesting story that I personally am going to be going back to give another shot, and would recommend if those are themes that are at all interesting to give it a shot for y'all too. Then the last of the newest Common Riders, I haven't seen at all. Looks down at feet and shrugs. Yep, feet sure do things. So the last of the new Common Riders in the Reiwa era, I have not seen at all. I know that it somehow involves magic books, and I know that the powers are derived from combining books about magical creatures with books that are just like well-known children's books. So on that front, it's pretty cool. It seems like a pretty cool concept. I'm interested in seeing where they go with it. Still haven't actually watched any of it, but I'm still interested. And, yeah. That is all of the Common Riders I have seen to date, and what I think about them. So, thank you everyone so much for coming to my TED Talk. I will now accept any feedback or criticism that you have. Please be gentle, or I will cry. I'm not afraid to cry. You say that as a joke, Kevy, but the Three Little Pigs are one of the books in question. There is a Three Little Pigs themed power-up in that show. Feet. The devils of the leg. Okay, now I gotta watch this one. Alright, well, maybe we could watch them together. Actually, you know, that's an idea. Hey chat, would any of you be interested in doing a watch along with me sometime? Maybe something like a Kamen Rider series? Or maybe like an anime or a movie, something. Is that something anyone would be interested in watching? Heck yeah, if you can do it without being taken down. I can. It's just a matter of saying very clearly, like, okay, we are all going to watch this. I do not condone piracy. I'm just saying, regardless of how you find this media, this is the timestamp of where we are in the movie, or whatever we end up watching. If you want to watch along, you can sync up. You aren't actually seeing the footage I'm watching, so it's not like I'm illegally pirating it. Yeah, it's also just not licensed. There was a single attempt at a Western Kamen Rider that just... it was a huge flop, tragically. Oh, actually, no. To be honest, I think I probably prefer that Kamen Rider never really got a westernized market the same way that, like, Power Rangers did for Super Sentai. Oh no, like, not even Fox Kids heavy. Kamen Rider was, like, too... Kamen Rider was too mature and edgy a thing for Fox Kids to touch. I think it was actually like Warner Bros. Attempt that did it. Oh. Also, now that I remember, hey Chloe, are you still in chat? I hope Chloe is still in chat. Because now I'm finally going to be able to go back to talk about Decade. And she was interested in that, so I want to make sure that she's around for it. Chloe and or Bridgie, are either of you still here? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, what? Did I crash? Oh. Okay. Yeah, if they're not here, that's fine. Basically, Kamen Rider Decade did for the classic Kamen Rider of the Showa period what Kamen Rider Zio did for the Heisei. Kamen Rider Decade is a sassy little shit of a Kamen Rider who goes around the timeline kind of fixing it, kind of not. He rides around on a subway getting Kamen Rider's powers as cards. He was basically in his series prophesized to be like the basically the closest the Kamen Rider world gets to the devil. Like the anti Kamen Rider that would destroy the world. But it turns out he like he's still ambiguously evil, but he's also just like not really interested in being evil, so he kind of just randomly pops up in the other Kamen Rider series to do what he wants to, and then just pops back out again. It's kind of hilarious, actually. Redionomic? Hmm? What's that mean? I don't think I've heard that word, or those words before. Oh, Common Rider backwards, okay. Yeah, I guess that would make him the red aerodynamic. But yeah, he does actually show up in Common Rider Zeo too, because of course he does. He's the only Common Rider who'd be like, "Oh, you're trying to become the overlord ruler of the world? Oh, good for you, sweetie. Good for you." I did, and I appreciate your follow through, Heavy. Okay. We're almost done with tonight's block. While I am finishing up, uh, anyone, does anyone have any suggestions for who we should raid? Anyone see anyone online I should throw us over to? Hmm? Anyone else? I have to test out these 4 new games to see if they stream or not. I have decided on a weekend schedule. Hey, good for you. Scheduling's important. I mean, if no one has ideas, that's fine. I can find one fairly easy, I think. Alright, I'm pretty... Oh, Niazan? Oh, well, if Nia's on, that could be a fun raid to do. Nacho's on too. What are Nacho and Nia up to? Selena is also on. Jeez, so many people. Ruko, jeez. There's too many choices. Don't know how I'll choose. I like them all. I can't raid them all. Aw, I'm glad to hear it, Hev. And so she's got that cat mouse going on. It's a little subtle, but it is definitely there. Well, I don't want to show, like... I don't want to play favorites with my players, I guess, if there's multiple of them on. If that makes any sense. It's kind of like... I have one of these. One of these. It's got a little thing. Just a little thing. Alright, I don't have that layer on right now. I think although she probably needs the help the least, I might still throw over to Nia just because, like I don't want to end up... I don't know, I just don't want to, like, feel like I'm playing favorites with any of my players, because I want to support them all equally, but if they're all multiply on at the same time, it's kind of hard to do that. I think I'll probably end up tossing it over to Nia, just because, hey, I mean, that's very appropriate given what I've been drawing already. Oh, you're heading off? Good night, foes. Glad you were able to stop by. Always nice having you all around. I might just finish the line art to this one after stream. I don't really feel like waiting until Wednesday to finish the rest of the lines. There'll still be plenty to do Wednesday anyway. Got the color, got the shade. Also, hey, I'm very proud of my computer. I made it the full 4-hour stream today, and knock on wood, not one single crash. Sometimes you can do stuff when you put your mind to it, computer. And I appreciate that. Yeah. Practice makes not perfect, but improved. No such thing as perfect. Everyone else is a VTuber. It's alright, Heavy, you don't need to apologize. And hey, who knows? Maybe you too will someday be a VTuber or speedrunner. Both of those things are incredibly contagious. Well, I mean, if you're exposed, I would be happy with the bunny model. You know what, Heavy? If the commission that I'm working on right now behind the scenes goes well, tell you what, I might be able to help you out there. Or at the very least, I can point you in the direction of much more admittedly qualified artists to help you out there. But yeah, I might know a person or two. Yes, computer is good next goal. As Epitome knows, that's still the first goal I'm working towards too. Right, Epitome? Must take small paw steps. Exactly. Small paw steps. If I could VTube off Xbox, I would. I don't know. I mean, with all the weird stuff people do on older hardware, I wouldn't be surprised if someone has found a way to do exactly that, Heavy. Alright, well, it is that time again, folks. Thank you so much for stopping by and hanging out with me. I always really do appreciate your time and when you share that time with me. So thank you so much for coming by. Thank you so much for watching, for talking, even just for hanging out quietly. But, for now, this is where we'll call it. I'm going to try to have my schedule posted again by tomorrow, but if not, the next stream will be tomorrow at, let's see, probably tomorrow at around 8 p.m. We'll be doing more Darkest Dungeons, and possibly another horror game too. But yeah, this is the end of the stream for now, so again, thank you for stopping by, and I hope to see you again real soon. Yeah, let's set up a raid. Wait? What's up? Why do you want me? Oh, I thought you said wait. Okay. Okay, we are raiding Elf Gal Goes. Alright. You know the drill. No strict raid message, but if you do want to use a raid message, it is Jackalope Raid. There you go. That's the raid message you can use if you so desire. Oh, I don't know why it didn't say the Jackalope part. But, yeah, Jackalope Raid. Thanks again for stopping by, and I'll see you real soon. Hopefully. Okay. Slowly counting down.
It is being very slow today.